Call to order. The June 21st regular board meeting is called to order at Mrs. Rodriguez.
6:39.
Let the minutes show that
Mr. Orlando Flores, Mr. Benjamin Morales, and Mr. Adan Escobar are not present.
all personal reasons. At this time, Dr. Vigil, can you please lead us on the pledge of allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Fabens ISD vision statement. Working together, Fabens ISD creates a positive and lasting impact through multiple learning opportunities. Mission statement. All students of the district will be prepared to be successful, lifelong global learners. Next item on the agenda, communications and visitors. Mrs. Rodriguez, do we have any visitors at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
In order because we have communications and visitors at this time, the background information. The board president will allow anyone who has signed the sheet to address the board at this time, according to board policy BED local. The board encourages comments from citizens of the district or employees. The board asks that comments pertain to public education issues and be no longer than 15 minutes combined. Remember, the board may not discuss any issues that are not posted on our agenda. The board will not hear complaints, concerns regarding individual employees or students at this time. The district has a policy outline procedures for bringing complaints or concerns about specific individuals to the attention of the district and ensuring that they are addressed at a timely manner. Copies of our district policy on public participation in meetings filing complaints are available at the office of the superintendent. Finally, please be aware that rules of decorum will be enforced during the public comment period. Personnel attacks, name calling, and rude or slander remarks will not be tolerated. Each participant is legally responsible for the content and the consequences of his or her own statements. Ms. Rodriguez, can you please come for the list, please, and so you can address each.
I have one.
You have one? Okay.
Miss Marnie Rocha.
Ms. Marnie, can you please?
So do I go to this one?
You can go to this podium, yes, ma'am.
Way down. President Gonzalez, trustees, and Dr. Veronica Vigil. I'm here today because I want to give a long overdue thank you for the service of Dr. Veronica Vigil. First of all, I'd like to talk about what she has done to promote Latinas to the superintendency. Starting as a young I wasn't young, but a central office administrator, she was very important in my quest to continue my education to work on my doctorate degree. Through her help and through Dr. Galaviz, I was able to be part of the cooperative superintendency at UT Austin and earn my doctorate degree. And I wouldn't have done it if I wouldn't have had someone like Dr. Vigil being a trailblazer and letting Latina women, I know it's double view, but Latinas to go ahead and work on getting their doctorates and pursuing the superintendency and central office. I know I received my doctorate with her help, and I know Dr. Galavis also pursued her doctorate degree, and also the principal of Reyes Elementary, Miss Jessica Carrillo, who also received her doctorate last year. So through her work with the Texas Women's Council of School Executives, I want to thank you. It's so great to see you in that chair and to know that this region has 4 female Latinas or Latinas in the superintendency. I also would like to thank her for all her hard work that she's done to put Region 19 on the map with TALAS, the Texas Association of Latin American Superintendents. Through her help, she has established one of the strongest chapters of TALAS here in El Paso or Region 19. She was responsible for starting an annual conference. This was the 2nd year of people coming to El Paso to talk about issues that deal with the superintendency. Another reason why I want to say thank you, Dr. Vigil, is because your advocacy for teaching. I remember being on many committees with you. One was being the teacher education pipeline done with UTEP, EPCC, and all the neighboring districts. And your voice was definitely heard when you told UTEP and EPCC, what about the students here that want to be teachers, that are graduates, but really don't have the transportation to go over to UTEP? What are you going to do here? And because of that, they started their Grow Your Own system, and Fabens has really been working on that. And I know in my retirement, I was working as someone who would come out and observe and evaluate teachers here in Fabens through the Grow Your Own program. Another thing that I didn't think of until I got here is when I saw these wonderful checks for Fabens with the teacher incentive allotment. Many school districts in Texas, all of the big ones, decided to bow out. It was too much work for them to do. But with the help of Michelle Gonzalez, Veronica Vigil, myself, someone from Art Rodriguez from Tornillo, we were able to go ahead and get that application in. It was a Herculean effort, but we did it. And look what it's brought, $273,000 for your teachers. Let me tell you, long after we're gone, this is going to affect Fabens, and it's going to continue to bring greatness. I also want to talk about her help during the pandemic. Right now, we have the luxury of vaccines, but before we didn't, and it was very scary. We were making the national news about people being hospitalized and dying in El Paso County. We weren't sure what to do. Parents were afraid to send their children. And yet it was Dr. Veronica Vigil who made an effort to reach out to Commissioner Michael Morass. She actually had his cell phone numbers, and she would tell us, and got it together so that we had a plan that we were going to say if the hospitalization rate was over 15%, our students would not go to school. They would stay home until we got the pandemic under control. And I remember Fabens being one of the first districts that were testing students with those darn nasal swabs. We hadn't done it in the district I was working at, but Fabens, and she invited us to come over, and we did. And we saw the great things that were happening in Fabens as she got us through that, got her community and all of Region 19. Dr. Vigil, I should have said it a long time ago, but I want to say thank you so much for inspiring Latinas, inspiring children, inspiring teachers through your efforts. You have taught us that we need to be always committed to our core value of student excellence, student outcomes, regardless of whatever repercussions that may hold to us personally or through our careers. We need to stand by that core value. Thank you very much, Dr. Vigil. I love you very much. Good times ahead.
Thank you, Maureen.
Dr. Pedro Galaviz.
I didn't put doctor on there. You can't take that. If that gets me into heaven, then go ahead. I don't think so. I'm not as eloquent as Ms. Rocha, but Ms. Terry, when that lawyer was talking to make a motion and to make a motion and Robert's Rule of Order, and you kept shaking your head like, yeah, this is interesting. want you at my funeral. I want you at my funeral. Because again, to make the motion is, just be nice. Be nice, believe, motivate, and win for kids. It's just like, I've been doing this 10 years. Don't know about Robert's rules. I don't know any rules. I just know we're here for kids. But B squared, I always call you B squared. There's some tennis balls. You gotta come from the Round Rock area. I know Sabine very well. A lot of Tejano music. Know all the places to go, so let me know. I know you're gonna do well, but for me, I wanna thank you because you and I laid that foundation for our first A, and our second A, and our third A, and for our HEB being called the best school. When we were in San Antonio, people were like, where's Fabens? Hey, I know where Fabens is. Yeah, that superintendent's a rock star. She's a rock star. She has motivated me, you have taught me, and many things, you've been my mentor. And we're just the title. I'll always love you. Stay 2 minutes. Stay strong. God is good. For whatever reasons, God knows. All right, B. Whatever you need, I'm here.
Love you. Thank you.
Ms. Rosa Maria Gallo Avitia.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, and also Dr. Vigil. It saddens me to hear the news that she is leaving, but also that a lot of you are leaving, and that I think we'll be okay. We'll be all right. We've always risen to the occasion, and we'll make things happen. Tonight, I'm here, community, to let you know that there's been some volunteers along with me, knocking on doors, getting people to sign a petition because our neighboring water district is proposing to build a sewage plant right in the middle of our town. And so we're not telling them, don't build it. We're telling them, don't build it here in Fabens. We are low economics, and you know that. I mean, the school is the first one to know that. And then thus, to put that burden on top of everything else with this sewage plant to be built, that is unfair. It's unfair economically, and it's unfair to our students and our schools. And so I am here to invite you to sign that petition to make sure that our town remains healthy and clean. So I want to invite you to a meeting with our Commissioner, Ileana Olguin. She will be coming to meet with us at the Roads and Bridges Rogelio Sanchez Complex across from the San Eli supermarket. We're gonna meet with her on Friday, the 23rd of June at 6 o'clock. You are all invited to come to that meeting and help us say no to that stinky problem. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Georgina Barrera.
Hello, board. Dr. DeHue. It feels weird to call her Dr. DeHue. She's my sister. And she's not a doctor in our hearts. She's just one of the gals there, you know? And I wanted to take this opportunity to let the board, let the community, and let my sister know how proud, how truly proud we are of you. We were so excited when you came back to El Paso. It was a treat, not just for our family though, it was a treat, I believe, for the people of Fabens, for the community of Fabens. She came here looking to help a community, and that's what she was looking for. She wanted to help a community with low socioeconomic status, with Hispanics, with people like us. Our background, our family background is from this area. My parents grew up in Zanelli. We have family ranging from Socorro, Zanelli, to Fort Hancock. We have lots of family all over the place. And that's what she wanted. She wanted to come and she wanted to give back to her community. She was very successful in Houston, where she was before, but she came back to give back to her community. And boy, did she give back. And I know that we can never tell you enough, Mom, Dad, all of us. We are so proud of you, and we want to just want you to know that we're with you, even though the distance may be long now. We're with you all the time, and I hope that the community of Fabens never forgets what you gave to them. It was a tremendous gift that you gave to them, and even to the city of El Paso, as far as like what Ms. Marnie was saying, that, you know, it's true. The contributions that you provided as far as Balas goes, and helping educators and helping children, and just all the programs that you started, and that women support. I think that I wish that that was embraced more by more people. Lots of people could learn that lesson, that women need to be here for each other. We need to all be here for each other, but women especially, we need to be here for each other. And we need to hold each other up on each other's shoulders instead of bringing each other down. And so I commend you for climbing up on people's shoulders, even if you have to scratch and keep your way up. You've made it there, and you deserve every single bit of respect that you have earned. And so it's a sad day for Fabens. I kind of feel like I'm a Fabenite at that point. You know, I've worked here before, and I love this community. So this is a very, very sad day for me, for many reasons, because she's leaving a community that really deserves her, and she's leaving a family that loves her very much. So congratulations, and good luck, and we love you. Thank you. Love you.
Before we start on the next agenda item, I just want to welcome all the community of Fabens, all the staff, and all the organizations that are here tonight. And thank you for supporting our district at this time. Thank you. The next item in the agenda is Fabens ISD Superintendent Updates. And we have a participating Sophia Marcier, Media Specialist.
Good evening, Madam Cook. Are we on? We're not loud enough. Hello? There we are. Good evening, Madam Chair. Gonzalez, board members, Dr. Vigil in the community. I mean, I don't know how I'm supposed to follow all of that, but yes, thank you so much, Dr. Vigil, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. First of all, if not, I wouldn't be here in this wonderful community, so thank you so much. And okay, so now we'll move on to the actual update. We're gonna talk registration numbers. So registration in June is looking a lot better than it did last year at the same time. Enrollment is at 1642 right now. It was at 1518 at the same time in June and 2022. We had a staggering 655 not registered at all. Today we have 265 not registered, and that's mostly in high school. So, you know, once they, we'll get them. And we have 170 enrollments. I'd like to thank Mr. Barba and his team. You've been working very, very hard around the clock, even making house calls in a bid to get our enrollment as high as possible. Our biggest focus has been quality education, 5 days a week. And then, next. So there was an article that we sent out to you in one of the board updates, and it's with regards to the Emergence Health Network beginning services in Fabens. We shared the article with you. It was written by El Paso Matters and picked up by other outlets, which is very exciting. Reporter, I'm about to murder her name, so please forgive me. Debbie saw me practicing it earlier, and it's never gonna happen. So her name is Priscilla Totiaya Pungs. I'm sorry. She wrote a dynamic and thought-provoking piece about Emergence Health Network and Project Vida delivering. There we go. I'll start out where, she wrote a dynamic, thought-provoking piece about how Emergence Health Network and Project Vida are delivering services to rural communities to include Fabens. She interviewed 2 of our students, they both now graduated, who provided insight into the mind of a teenager. One of the students noted the importance of taking care of one's mental health. We are very excited to continue to work with Emergence Health Network in the coming school year.
Batteries are coming. The batteries are coming.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh. This would be good for the next one. Thank you so much. Okay, but I'm done. Next. No, but somebody else will need it. I don't know. No. Nobody else will need it? Okay. Thank you, Terry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marcet. Next item on the agenda, consent agenda, Superintendent, Dr. Veronica Vigil.
Board members, items on the consent agenda include minutes of the regular board meeting, May 17, 2023, minutes of the workshop training meeting, May 20th, 2023, minutes of the workshop meeting, May 22, 2023, minutes of the special meeting, May 22nd, 2023, Fabens ISD monthly financial report, including federal expenditures, approval of Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas Educational Employers Benefit Cooperative Agreement and Resolution, approval of contract between Fabens Independent School District and Communities and Schools of El Paso Incorporated. Administration recommends approval of consent agenda items as presented.
I move the motion to.
Oh, it doesn't need a motion. No. It's just the information, right?
It
No
says action
information?
needed, it says.
Is it information? It says
No, it's not
Action needed.
action, it's action.
I move the second.
Okay. We have a motion?
And the second.
Mr. Estrada?
Aye.
Mrs. Ramirez? Aye. Mr. Angel Neves?
Aye.
Madam Chair, aye. Motion, Chair?
Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
Item on the agenda is Fabens ISD 2022-23 new hires. Mrs. Debbie Betancourt.
Good evening, Board President Gonzalez, board members, Dr. Vigil, and community. At this time, I would like to go ahead and introduce our most recent hires. We did have 2 this month. Unfortunately, one wasn't able to make it, but we do have one of our newest ones. Actually, her first day was yesterday, so today's her second day. I'd like to go ahead and introduce Ms. Maribel Medina. She is our accounts payable for finance. Okay.
Stand like in the middle, right in front of the
Right in
cat.
front of the cat. You ready?
Thank you. We did have one more. I do just want to, of course, say her name and her position, just for record. We did have Ms. Ilse Gonzalez join us as a PEMS clerk for our Fabens High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blanco. Next item on the agenda. We'll go 7A. You wanna go ahead?
7A.
Yes. At this time, board members, we're gonna go ahead and move 7A. Yes. At this time, we're gonna have Fabens ISD Alumni Association Scholarship Check presentation from the Fabens Alumni Association, Mr. Alfredo Valenzuela Jr., and also Mr. Treasurer, Mr. David Sablasky, and President from the organization, Mr. Alfredo Valenzuela Jr.
Good evening, Dr. Vigil, President Gonzalez, and esteemed members of the board. I'm deeply humbled to be standing before you as a proud graduate of Fabens High School and the president of the Fabens Alumni Association. Further, I am honored to be accompanied by my esteemed colleague, Fabens Alumni Association Treasurer, Mr. David Zabloski. The origins of the Fabens Alumni Association can be traced back to the Fabens High School graduating class of 1957. During their 50th class reunion on September 4th, 2007, members of the class collectively donated $643 to initiate the association. This initial contribution was subsequently tripled by a member of the class of 1964, firmly cementing the tradition of Wildcats helping Wildcats. Our founding members devoted countless hours and displayed an unwavering commitment to establishing the Fabens Alumni Association. Their tenacity was duly recognized in 2008 when the association received certification as a 501c3 nonprofit organization. As the Fabens Alumni Association's Board of Directors, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our founders for their vision, dedication, and unyielding allegiance to the association and the wider Fabens learning community. During the regular board meeting held on February 15, 2023, the Fabens Alumni Association presented Fabens ISD with a check to cover 6 scholarships valued at $2,000 each. Following this check presentation in February, the Ed Mosley and Alice Hitter Mosley family demonstrated the Wildcats helping Wildcats spirit by donating $2,000 to the association with the specific intention of awarding an additional scholarship. In line with the family's wishes, this 7th scholarship, named the Ed Mosley and Alice Hitter Mosley Memorial Scholarship, was awarded to Celine Devora, a deserving member of the Fabens High School class of 2023. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Fabens Alumni Association, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Ed Mosley and Alice Hitter Mosley family for their profound generosity and steadfast commitment to our students. Dr. Vigil, President Gonzalez, and esteemed members of the board, on behalf of the Fabens Alumni Association's Board of Directors and members, it is a great honor and privilege to present you with a check for $2,000. These funds have been specifically designated to fund the 2023 Ed Mosley and Alice Hitter Mosley Memorial Scholarship. Are there any questions?
Before we go on, I'd like to encourage everyone in the audience to become a member of the Fabens Alumni Association. It's a $10 a year donation. I'd like to specifically thank Dr. Vigil. She's the only superintendent that has ever become a member of the Fabens Alumni Association. And so we know that we, the Fabens Alumni Association, will certainly miss her. Congratulations to you.
With there being no questions, I express my sincere gratitude to each and every one of you for the outstanding effort you put forth in supporting our students, teachers, and staff members. At this time, I kindly request that Dr. Vigil join Mr. Sabloski and I for a group photo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stand up. Yeah. Yes, forward.
Very good.
Yeah,
Can
we're
you see
good.
us all?
Ready? Yes.
Yes.
One more. Oh. I took it just in case.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Just don't do so. They just. Mr. Valenzuela and Mr. Sablaski, at this time, please send thank you to all your directors and all your members from the alumni. We are very grateful to have this organization continuing for our community. And thank you, each board member here, and also the ones that are not present, thank you for sharing, all the time, all the hard work you all go out and do your fundraising for the efforts of our students. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda, Mrs. Rodriguez.
The next item is employee MH level 3 grievance. The board will now go into closed session to hear and consider a level 3 employee grievance appeal pursuant to sections 551.071 and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. Should any final action, decision, or vote be required with regard to any matter considered in closed session, the final action, decision, or vote shall be in the open meeting or at a subsequent public meeting with notice. The board will now go into closed session at 7:12 p.m.
Thank you. I convene this meeting of the Board of Trustees in open session at, Ms. Rodriguez,
8:50.
on Wednesday, June 21st, 2023. A quorum of the board is present. The board may make a decision on this grievance appeal at this meeting or at the next regular scheduled board meeting. If the board does not make a decision regarding the complaint by the end of the next regular scheduled meeting, the lack of response by the board will have the effect of upholding the administrative decision on level 2. Does any trustee wish to make a motion?
Through the chair, yes.
Mr.
I
Estrada?
move that the board state its regret over this incident and that it consider Coach Hernandez's name to be cleared.
I second the motion.
Mr. Estrada?
Aye.
Mrs. Sepulveda Ramirez?
Aye.
Mr. Angel Hernandez?
Aye.
Madam President, aye. All votes have been cast. The results are, Mrs. Rodriguez?
4-0.
So that concludes the level 3 grievance. Mrs. Rodriguez, we were going to go ahead and get the other
7J.
7J. Can you please read it?
The next board item is review of the special education director recommendation. This meeting will be closed per Texas Government Code 551.074 at 8:52 p.m.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it off here.
Ready, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, ma'am.
Board members ready? Okay, convene from closed session. Dr. Vicky?
Ask if she has a recommendation.
Do you have a recommendation?
It's 9:28.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
President Gonzalez, you asked me if I have a recommendation for the special ed director. No, ma'am, at this time I do not have a recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Vicky. Okay, we took a, motion, Mr. Estrada? We don't do a motion? Okay, no action, okay. Mrs. Rodriguez, do you have the next item?
Next item.
Yeah, she's going to read.
Next item is item 7L. Discussion and possible action regarding superintendent resignation. This item will be taken into executive session per Texas Government Code 551.075 at 9:29 p.m. Board item, discussion and possible action regarding superintendent resignation, reconvened at 9:39 PM.
Yes, Terry just did. Okay. So at this time, Dr. Vigil?
Thank you, Board President. At this time, I would like to read the letter that I will send to the Wildcat staff, and I'll try and do it with a dry eye. Dear Wildcat family, happy summer. I hope you've had a chance to rest, relax, and have fun. I am writing to inform you that I have accepted a position with the Seguin Independent School District in Seguin, Texas. The Fabens Board of Trustees is expected to accept my resignation at the June 21st, 2023 board meeting. I want to thank you for the extraordinary experience of leading this wonderful district. The Fabens community is an amazing one. I will miss you greatly. For over 4 incredible years, I have been blessed to be a part of the Wildcat family. I leave this town beaming with pride as I recognize the many accomplishments of our outstanding student body and staff. Said accomplishments would not have been possible without the unparalleled leadership and support from our educators, campus and district administration, all support services, and the Board of Trustees. Our students continue to excel both inside and outside the classroom, and credit is due to you for your passion and dedication. Accolades are evident in the areas of academics, athletics, fine arts, and more. Whether the accomplishments are found through examples such as our state-qualified band and mariachi, to our Destination Imagination teams competing at the global level, or our STEM rocket group launching in Fredericksburg, we have left our mark in the state and beyond. These are just a few examples of successful Wildcat endeavors. We were one of the few districts in Texas to lead the charge with multiple initiatives that demonstrate the value and respect we have for educators. Funding has been awarded to have robust programs in the areas such as mentoring, teacher residence, and of course, the teacher incentive allotment. Our educators have worked so hard to fill the gap that was created by COVID. We did this together, and we are seeing the progress. Fabens is without a doubt a very special place. This is a town dear to me. To you and the Fabens community, I bid farewell, but I carry you with me no matter where I am. I am extremely grateful to have had the opportunity to get to work alongside you. Continue to cultivate this growth mindset. Wildcats, we remain small town tough. Sincerely, Veronica Vigil. In summary, I want to thank the students, the staff, the families, the board for this wonderful opportunity. We said we weren't going to cry anymore, Terry. Thank you very much.
I move to accept the resignation of Dr. Vigil, our superintendent of Fabens ISD.
Have a motion?
I second the motion.
Mr. Estrada?
Aye.
Segura Ramirez? Thank you. Aye. Mr. Angel Ornelas?
Aye.
Aye. Madam Chair? Aye. Motion?
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Next item, Chair.
Number 6. Item 6, end of year reading and math update.
Excuse me, Madam President, will I be excused?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
You have a safe trip.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Michelle Gonzalez.
Good evening, President Gonzalez, board members, Dr. Vigil, and community and staff. We're with you once again this evening to give you an update on the monitoring tools that we use for our students in grades K through 8 in the areas of reading and math. We use Renaissance 360, as you know. We started using that as a consistent measure when we started with our Lone Star governance goals, and we continue to use those to monitor beginning, middle, and end of year progress. And you might be wondering, why aren't we showing STAR scores right now? And for these grade levels, we don't have final STAR scores yet because there's a STAR redesign and a change in the methodology for accountability, which we would be happy to provide a workshop on. And of course, as we get more final results and scores, we will be sharing that with you at a future board meeting. But for tonight, we have our end of year progress in reading and math. And I'm going to go through the slides that were included in your packet. And if you'll bear with me, once I go through the slides from your packet, I'm going to go back to the first slide and give you a little bit of additional data based on some questions that I've had about some comparison data. So I think you'll find that interesting. And then of course, any questions that you have, we can also discuss. So if you go to the next slide, we're going to start with math, and we're going to start with our Fabens Elementary School. And this is in Renaissance. And so the students are tested at the beginning, middle, and end of the year. And I'll point out, as I have done in the past, that the bar moves. So where kids should be at the beginning of the year is not the same as where they should be at the middle, and that's not the same as where they should be at the end. So the bar keeps rising, right? And so even if it looks as if it kind of stayed the same, they're actually keeping up with that rising bar, which is good news. So in first grade, we have some impressive results in first grade. Starting at the beginning of first grade, 85% of students are where they need to be in math according to this assessment. Middle of the year, 87, and ending with 87, where they need to be at the end of first grade. If you'll notice, kinder isn't here in this slide because kindergarten takes an early literacy exam that combines reading and math. So we'll show you that a few slides down. Then we move to second grade. Second grade started at 57% at meets or above, and I'll also reiterate here that we use the meets or above grade level standard because we're aligning to STAR. So we take these results and we compare those to STAR, and these are students that are at or above where they're supposed to be at that time of year. And I'll show you what the box that shows approaches is in just a minute. And so then we go to 68 middle of year, which is the MOI, and then 73% end of year scores. So you can see not only keeping up, but surpassing and accelerating. So when you see that rise in the bars, you see some accelerated instruction where we're starting to close some gaps for students. Then we go to third grade, starting at 55%, peaking in the middle of the year at 68, and ending at 65. So not going backwards, mind you, because the bar keeps raising, but not accelerating at pace with that bar. But ending definitely above where they started the year. And so in the little box on the right-hand side, you'll notice that you have a breakdown. You have that meets and above, which are the bars that are represented. And this is for end of year for the entire campus put together, first, second, and third grade. And so then you have the approaches, which are the kids that are close to being where they need to be, but they need a little bit of intervention. You can think of this as tier 2. And then did not meet. These are those kids we're giving some more interventions to, tier 3, if you will, that need some more intensive interventions. So you can see for the all students group, just under 75% at meets and above, which translates to 292 students. Approaches just under 13%, which is 48 students, and did not meet at just under 13% at 50. So pretty close in the do not meets and approaches. And then when we look at our data, we do disaggregate it by emergent bilingual and our special ed students as well. So you can see that breakdown. If we go to the next slide, and as I mentioned, I'm going to go back at the end to this first slide and give you some additional comparison data. Go to the next slide. Sorry, I have a clicker now, so I have to remember that. So sorry about that. If I can get it to work. There we go. Okay, so we're still on math, Renaissance math, and now we're at 4th and 5th grade. So for the O'Donnell campus, 4th grade, beginning of the year, 78% on grade level or above. Mid-year, we made some progress, and end of the year, we ended with 86%. Going to 5th grade, 83 at the beginning, then 88, then 90%. So these are the bars, the blue bar we showed you at the beginning of the year, the orange bar at the middle, and now we're adding that final bar at the end of the year. And then once again, you have the breakdown of all students, emergent bilingual, and special education. So where you have 87.8 meter above, that's 261 students, 12 students at approaches, and 18 students that did not meet. And then you have the breakdown by subgroups as well. If we'll move on to middle school, there we go. Middle school in math. So here's where you see the bar go down a little bit, not a lot, but it's, remember the standard gets higher each time. So our goal is to keep pace with that standard and make a full year's worth of progress. And so it does go down a little bit. And so we are, the middle school does double block reading and math. So the students get twice as much time as they get in some of the other subjects. And so Ms. Lyons is working with her team and her team of teachers on what we're doing with that second half of the block so that we can differentiate and meet the needs of students that aren't keeping pace with this standard. But you can see going from a 63 at the beginning to a 52 at the end, a 55 at the beginning, and staying with that 65 after a little peak in the middle for 7th grade, and then 56 to 53. So not a drastic decline, and not a decline actually, but we want to keep pace with that rising bar throughout the year. So definitely some work to be done in all grade levels, and this is what we use this data for, is to focus on what work needs to be done, what adjustments and supports need to be provided. And then you have the breakdown once again for the all students group, the approaches, and the did not meet. Next, I'm going to go to reading. I'm not sure if I'm pointing it right. Okay, I went too far. 1 second. Okay, so I'm switching over to reading, and this is where you'll see kindergarten added to the mix because they have their early literacy exam. And so kindergarten starting at 67% on where they need to be when they start kindergarten, which for many, many of these students is their first time in school. And in the middle of the year going up to 77 and ending at a nice 81% where they need to be at that point in the school year. Going to 1st grade, starting at 55, maintaining, and then really blossoming towards the end of the year as it's clicking for those 1st grade students starting to read on their own at 73%. The 2nd grade starting at 41, making a big jump to 65, another big jump to 73. And 3rd grade starting at 41, then to 54, then to 55. And again, you have the breakdown in the small window to the right. Going to 4th and 5th grade, starting at 63, peaking at 80, and then settling at 77 at the end of the year. A similar thing that I explained. Then 5th grade starting at 65, going to 78, and just maintaining 78 as the bar rises. Then we'll go to middle school once again. Okay. And so in 6th grade, starting at 25 to 23, and then 31. In 7th grade, 21, 22, and 25%. And 8th grade, 27, 28, and 28%. What I would like to point out here, there's work to be done, like we mentioned, in all grade levels, and that's why this data is so useful. What we have at middle school is we see a bigger approaches group. So we have a really big group, 193 students that are in that approaches. They're just below grade level. They do need some extra help. And then we have bigger jumps at this level as well. Also fair to point out that we're no longer have any testing in Spanish at this point, whereas before, starting from kinder to 5th grade, you have both languages being tested. Now in middle school, it's just English, and it's a big jump. Above 5th grade level, these are big jumps that you need to make every year. Not making excuses or anything like that, but just pointing out that we have a pretty large approaches group in both the all students, emergent bilingual and special ed group that are close, that with some targeted intervention, we can begin to close these gaps even further. And at this point, I'm gonna kind of jump back to the first slide, if that's okay. And I'm gonna show you a little bit of different data for comparison purposes that I think you'll find interesting. If I can get the clicker to go, there we go. Okay, I know it's a little small for the audience, so I'll walk you through it. And this, you board members, you have in your packet the data that I just went over, so I'm just adding some comparison data here, so if you'll bear with me. So I wanted to point out here what impact COVID had and where it hit, because we all know that we had, that every student was impacted by COVID. But the students that missed kindergarten and 1st grade and had to do those grades remotely had a bigger impact, because those are very hard things to teach a student how to read, from coming as a non-reader at the beginning of 1st grade perhaps to the end of 1st grade, and trying to do that through a computer without physically walking them through a book or showing them math manipulatives has a big impact. So we did look at that, because these are groups that we need to intervene on even more, and you'll see that. So the 1st grade group, their year of remote instruction was pre-K. So they may not have attended at all, or they may have attended pre-K remotely. But you can see that of this group, they were the least impacted. They had a full year of kindergarten and a full year of 1st grade to get the results of that 87% in math at the end of the year. And then you look at the kids that just finished 2nd grade. Those kids who just finished 2nd grade were remote for half of pre-K if they were attending, and nearly all of kindergarten. So it had an impact on them. And so you might look at this as a 2nd grade teacher and say, man, we didn't do as well as 1st grade did, what's going on? But for comparison purposes, the students that just finished 2nd grade, at the end of 1st grade, they were at 72% on grade level. So if you can see at the end of 2nd grade, they were able to maintain and raise them up just a little bit more at 73. What that tells us is they made a full year of progress. So even though those bars look lower, those students, the way they came to 2nd grade, made a full year of progress. We want to accelerate that even further, but we have to give the teachers credit for making that full year of progress. So they ended 1st grade at 72%, and then that same group of students ended 2nd grade at 73%. So those same 2nd grade teachers are now going to get kids next year that ended 1st grade at 87%. So you can expect to see 2nd grade go up as well. Then we do the same thing in 3rd grade. 3rd grade, their remote years were half of kindergarten and all of 1st grade. And we know how crucial 1st grade is. I know you know how crucial 1st grade is, because you asked us to keep those classes small. And so they had 1st grade at home, remotely. So those students ended with a 65% on grade level, but they ended 2nd grade with 62% on grade level. So once again, they went from a 62% where they needed to be at the end of 2nd grade to a 65% where they needed to be at the end of 3rd. Again, a full year progress. So even though when you compare the grade level side by side, it looks like 3rd grade's doing much worse, but they got the students lower because of that impact. And so we want to point that out, but also watch this group of students now that as they go to the next grade, how can we accelerate that to start getting them caught back up? I'll go to the next group. Okay, so 4th grade, their remote years were half of 1st grade, the 2nd half, right, when COVID hit, after March, and all of 2nd grade. So they ended the year of 4th grade at 86% on grade level, They ended third grade, that same group of students ended third grade at 85% on grade level. So again, a year's worth of progress, but you see an impact here. Then you go to fifth grade. They were remote the second half of second grade and all of third grade. So you see less of an impact. They got to have kindergarten in person. They got to have first grade in person. So they weren't hit as hard. And this is just data, it's just facts. But we find it interesting and we find it helpful because we need to watch these cohorts of students as they go through the years and make sure we're starting to close that gap for them because they had different experiences. So the opposite is true here. I mentioned, wow, those second grade teachers are going to get kids that are coming much more well prepared, but fifth grade's going to get kids that are coming less well prepared than what they had because the kids that just finished fifth grade, they ended fourth grade at 90%. Now those fifth grade teachers are getting fourth graders that are ending at 85%. And you can see the impact when those third graders move up as well. So they've got that burden of having to close that gap. Every grade, every teacher is trying to make a year's worth of progress and accelerate some students to close the gap. So we're asking a lot of our teachers and they're rising to that occasion and we're going to keep supporting them even more. But I felt that was interesting to point out, and that's in the area of math. And I'm just showing you this in the lower grades where they were impacted by kinder and first grade just for that comparison. So I'm going to go back again. I'm waiting for the clicker. Bear with me. Oops. Okay. Reading. So did the same thing happen in reading? So now we have kinder to compare as well because we have reading scores from kindergarten, but we don't have a comparison, a baseline for kindergarten. So they're ending at 81% on grade level in reading. First grade ended at 73% on grade level, but those kids, when they were in kindergarten, ended on 73% as well. So they made a full year's worth of progress. So we can fully expect that the first grade teachers, when they receive those kids that ended at 81, should end at least on 81%, if not more. Then second grade, look what second grade did. And I remember mentioning this, I don't know if you do as well, that they're up for this challenge, but they received kids that finished first grade at 45% on grade level. And they ended second grade at 73. That's starting to close gaps. That's a big jump. That's more than a year's worth of growth. Third grade. Third grade's ending at 55. They received them ending second grade at 59. So we have a little slip, a small slip here. It's a big jump to third grade, and we're going to have star scores to look at as well, but we have some gaps to close here as well. But again, they didn't receive the students as high as they had in the past. So that group that's just finished second grade, just finished third grade, just finished fourth grade are feeling those impacts a little bit more. But there's good news coming up. So for those teachers to see, wow, look at the gains that they made in second grade. I'm going to get those kids in third grade that ended at 73% on grade level. I can really work with that because now the rigor really kicks in for comprehension. Now they're not just learning to read, they're reading to learn. And that's something they can work with. So instead of feeling discouraged, they can see the big picture and see that road to recovery that they're getting. And rather than compare themselves with the grade next door, they can say, where did I get my kids and where did I leave my kids? And that's growth. And that's why our focus on growth is so important, so that we don't get discouraged, and more importantly, our teachers and our students don't get discouraged, but we can see where the help needs to be targeted. So that's some additional comparison data to kind of put these bars into context and to show where this impact was. So this is our end of year data. It's very useful to us, very useful to our teachers. We have work to do. We absolutely know that. And we have more data to bring you as we start getting more scores from STAR and from TELPAS that we can share with you going forward. Do you have any questions?
Could I just jump in and going back to those slides, I just want to emphasize again the point that Ms. Gonzalez made. People ask, and I'm sure you get asked all the time, how did COVID impact you guys? Are you guys well, you guys are back, the students are back, so everything's back to normal, right? Well, what these numbers show is that there was impact, especially in first grade. That's what that illustrates. And so that is a cohort that we'll have to watch very, very closely to make sure not only are they gaining a year's worth of gains, that's what accelerated instruction is all about. Accelerated instruction is about making more than a year's worth of gains. And so that's what we see here. And we also see the importance of first grade and the importance of those foundational grade levels. And as Ms. Gonzalez mentioned, the importance of targeting certain grade levels to make sure that as the budgets are prepared, we're making sure that those are small class sizes so that we can make more than a year gain in 1 year. Mr. Ornelas, you're in the classroom, so I found these numbers to be fascinating to tell the story. Any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Seven D. I'm sorry, 7C.
Isn't it facility first? Yes. Yes. Discussion, next item on the agenda is discussion of possible revision on Fabens ISD local policy, GKD community relationships, non-school use for school facilities. Is that one? Requested by Mr. Angel Ornelas.
I think we brought this policy back because there were some facilities that were not in the list, the list at the other board meeting. And so we would like to add the Wildcat Den, Isaac Camacho Elementary Gym, Elementary Practice Field, Community Library, and tennis courts.
Can you repeat
Lower.
them, please?
Yeah. Okay, Wildcat Den, Isaac Camacho, Elementary Gym, Elementary Practice Field, Community Library, and the tennis courts.
Community library. And what was after the community library, sir?
Tennis courts.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add a little bit on that. On the GKD local, it says the approval of the use. So I believe at this time, if they want to have a discussion into where to leave it as is, so I'm going to go ahead and read it. The superintendent is authorized to approve all non-school use of any district facility. That's a review that we're going to see, so I think that we just wanted to add the other facilities. I think that the superintendent can do those approvals. And I believe the GKD local has everything in place, on that purpose.
President Gonzalez, am I understanding correctly that you do not wish to change the policy? I don't need TASB to create a policy. You want them added to the list of facilities only?
Yes.
It is a discussion item.
Yes. Yes, and the reason we brought it into because, and it's stated there on the agenda item, at the very bottom, it says discussion will be held on possible revision wanted in order to have TASB create a draft. So at this time, it's only on the facilities.
Okay, so we do not need a draft to the policy?
No.
Correct?
Yes, if, I guess in the future, if we need to do a draft, we will draft, will be presented in a future meeting, if we need to do that.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So do I have a motion, or it's just discussion, right?
Yes.
Action on it? Okay. Okay, Mr. Estrada. No, it's a board.
I mean, it says.
Board recommendation. It's a legal, no, there's no action on legal, but there's, board recommendation. Oh, so, that's why I said right here, it says board recommendation. So that would be, I guess we're just adding, and that will be an edit. So we don't have no motion. It's an information item only. That's how you state it. It says no. Right? Right. There's no further questions, then we go to the next item. Approval of Leader in Me agreement and purchase administration. People participating is Michelle Gonzalez.
Good evening once again, President Gonzalez, members of the board, and Dr. Vigil, and community and staff. We come to you again with the Leader in Me project, and you'll recall we already presented this to the board, but we didn't take a vote on the cost. We did let you know, and at that time, Nicole Andozala presented from Leader in Me. So I'll remind you what Leader in Me is about is building leadership within our students, within our staff, and building that cohesive program of social emotional learning from kindergarten, pre-K, all the way up to 12th grade. And we did receive matching funding from the Kern Foundation, which we explained the last time we met. However, if you'll recall, the threshold was set at $30,000 for requiring board approval for purchases. And this is not $30,000 a year, it's less than that as we presented last time, but they are asking for that 3-year commitment to get the matching funds. And because in 3 years it will total over $30,000, we felt it was in the best interest and transparency to bring it back to the board and then to actually have a vote on this. So I will remind you all, what's in your packet are the 3 agreements. They're not due all at once. And so only the payment is due 1 year at a time. And so I'll just remind, and for the sake of the public watching, the district investment each year is $17,791.80. There's a detailed explanation of what type of training and materials and membership to online resources is available through that, as well as ongoing coaching for the entire 3 years. And the sponsor investment, which is the Kern Foundation that pays directly to Leader in Me, for the first year implementation is $60,503.20. So that does not come from the district, which is why we were able to expand this district-wide and not just at middle school. And the reason we got the matching funding is because we showed interest at the middle school level. And then you can see the second year, our portion remains the same, and the matching funds from the Kern Foundation go down to 19,000, just over that. And then the third year, our portion remains the same. I think I skipped a page, I apologize. The second year matching funds were 22,000 and then 19,000. So this allows us to provide it district-wide, which creates that alignment across the district. The topics of impact that will be shared include building student resilience, college, career, and military readiness, bullying, building a sense of belonging, self-directed learning, positive and safe school culture, mental wellness, PBIS, which is positive behavior interventions and support, so it aligns with something we already have, parent engagement, attendance, data-driven performance, goal achievement, staff wellness, professional development, and collective efficacy. We had a meeting with principals today. Earlier today is our Wednesday principal meeting where we talked with Ms. Andazola again, as well as our future coach, once this is approved, if this is approved. And principals were able to ask questions and get some more information. We do have the training. The last time we spoke with you all, you asked if the board could be included because we said the whole district. And of course, you're part of the district. So I do have invitations for you for the 2-day training. It's actually a day and a half of training. And I know you have jobs and you have other commitments and you may not be able to attend, but we want to make sure that you know you are welcome to attend any of the trainings that we have for Leader in Me. We have invitations for you as well tonight, and you're the first getting these invitations because of course we need your approval first. I will, of course, answer any questions you might have. We may have answered them all the last time, but if you have additional questions, we're certainly open to that. We do have the training tentatively scheduled for the first 2 days back. That's July 20th and 21st. It's a full day on the 20th and half day on the 21st. At that time, we let the rest of the teachers stay. The campus staff stays for 2 full days, and then the day and a half is all the district together, which includes everybody. So on these 2 days, which are our first 2 days back with all of our staff, everything is shut down. All of us are together in this training at the Fabens Elementary School cafeteria where we do fit. I promise we fit. And it's everybody. So we do have a few categories of staff that are not back on duty at that time, and those are our bus drivers, bus monitors, cafeteria workers, and cross guards. And so we do have ESSER extra duty pay that we are using to bring them back at $100 a day. So they'll make $200 before taxes to come back and join us for this training because we want nobody left out. And the extra duty pay from ESSER is covered because part of that money from ESSER has to be used on social emotional learning. And so we're excited to bring everybody together. And those first 2 days are not about how to teach this to the students. The first 2 days are about learning those 7 habits of highly effective people and how do they affect us in our own lives so that we can be models. But we first take care of the staff before we can expect them to take care of the students. And so no matter what job you come from, what background you come from, how can these habits impact you in your life? And then we're talking the same language and we're talking about these habits of putting first things first, putting homework before play and things like that. And then we're building leadership in everybody. We can all be leaders, even if we don't have a leadership title. There's a way to be a leader in whatever role you have. And there's a way for all of our students to feel like they are leaders in their own lives and they can impact by being leaders to those around them. So I definitely will take any questions and then I'll pass out your invitations.
Do we have a recommendation?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. So the administration requests approval of the Leader in Me agreement and purchase as presented.
Do you have any questions before we do any recommendations or requests from the administration at this time? Do you have a question? Okay, so do we have a motion?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Just to refresh my memory,
Yes, sir.
when it comes to working with the children, it's gonna be during when?
Sure, so great question. That's what we talked about today. So it's customizable. So the coaches will meet with each principal to see how it's rolled out. From pre-K to 8th grade, it's recommended as 15 minutes a day, 4 days a week. And so the principals can decide where does that fall into the day? What part of the day does that fall into? But if a principal decides, you know what, I want the counselor to do this 1 day a week for a longer period of time, that's also, we can do that as well. So it's flexible. But that's how it's designed. We do have advisory period, for example, at middle school that can be used for this. And then we have our, our self-contained teachers in the elementary level, and they can have a say into what part of the day this falls. In high school, it's different. So we talked about in high school, we're going to have an advisory every Friday. So there's a format, there's several options for high school. There's a format that they can use for every Friday advisory period. It doesn't take the whole time. But they can also do complete courses, like elective courses in Leader in Me for leadership. And we do have a leadership course already in place at the high school for the student council members. And so they can pilot that. And remember, we have 3 years, so they don't have to do it all at once. They can decide, okay, we're going to try it in advisory. And I know I'm speaking for Mr. Rincon. He probably has his own ideas to work with his coach. And that's why we had that question answer opportunity today. But piloting through the leadership class is one way. At the same time, they can be piloting it through the advisory class. And they can be working with their coach on other ways to do this, or they can even open up another elective the following year because they have 4 different courses available for high school. So it can be tailored to meet their needs and their goals. If high school's focusing on we need to improve student attendance, then that can be the goal the coach is working on through Leader in Me concepts.
And what about like food service, transportation, maintenance?
So they're not teaching it directly to students. What they're getting is the concept of Leader in Me. How can I use this in my own role? So once, for example, cafeteria, let's say a cafeteria staff, along with their manager, along with their director, Ms. Licerio, are going through this training, then as they have their own trainings, as they're working with one another, they can refer to these concepts. They can have those posters in their area, but they can think about how does this apply to our job? But they're not the ones training the students, but they're interacting with the students. So they can say, put first things first. Where does this trash start? What are we supposed to be doing? We're supposed to be taking care of each other. We're supposed to be being a role model. They can be a role model. They can encourage the students to be a role model because our bus drivers, our paraprofessionals, they're with the students a good portion of the day, and they have that opportunity to be a leader and to model leadership, but they're not directly teaching the curriculum.
Right. But when will they get the training?
So they're getting the training with us. So the 20th and the 21st.
Just those 2 days?
Yes. All of us are together on the first day, everybody, and those of you who can join us. We're all together. The second day, we're all together in the morning, and then the afternoon of the second day, it gets into curriculum, and that's where we let the staff that are not campus staff go back to their roles.
Okay.
So we're together, and then there's continuing training on the curriculum through the staff. And then they're asking after that 2-day training, do you have a team on your campus? And we do have PBIS teams on every campus. It will likely be that team, but there may be other staff members that say, I want to be a part of this. Maybe the security guard, I want to be more of a core part of this curriculum. So then the campus teams under the direction of the principal or appointed by the principal are going to get additional training on how to roll this out and how to customize it towards the goals of the campus.
Thank you.
Sure, great questions. You have a question? Yes, ma'am.
So on this training, all students are going to be getting this training.
Correct. So this training is for the adults first. On the 20th and 21st, it's for all the staff of the district. So the students are going to get this, the Leader in Me, rolled out during their school year. But all of them, yes. At high school, all of them have advisory. And so that's a way for all of them to get some concepts, but those kids that take a leadership course, of course, would get more. So it varies a little bit at high school.
And are the lessons like scripts or?
That's what we're going to find out. So I haven't been through the whole 2-day training yet, but that's what they're going to show us. Yes, and customizable is what hooked us on it, that we can adjust it to our goals. But yes, all the materials are included, so there's nothing extra we need to buy that's not included here. We're getting the complete package to include everybody who attends that 2-day training is going to get a workbook on the 7 habits. But it won't be extra lesson planning that the teachers need to do. Everything will be provided for them. And we will, I'm sorry, principals were concerned at the secondary level, we have EduGuide, which we spend some of that money on, that the teachers don't have these 2 things that they're trying to juggle. So this will replace EduGuide, which is also social emotional learning tool.
I have a question, Mrs.
Yes, ma'am.
Gonzalez. So, in the Leader in Me, I know it's a co-curriculum, so what does the district have in play in some of these areas that you just mentioned? Because you did say like a couple of them that we already have in play. Can you, to what purpose is it going to be an additional, more information for the teachers to start, for them to have more in their daily planning, adding more work, is that correct?
So like in the elementary level, they focus on the character traits. So where the counselor does the core training on the different character traits like responsibility, good character, what's another character trait? Integrity and so forth. So this is just a shift into these 7 habits and more towards building leadership. So it does replace the 7 character traits that we've typically done for a long time. And then the counselors still have their counseling curriculum that covers more areas. We're not taking that away. The counselors need to have what they need at their disposal. However, this has us all speaking the same language. And then EduGuide, which we've been using at middle school and high school, that's like a texting. It gives them a prompt and they can text about the prompt. They can give an alert if they're having a bad day or they need some additional help, and there's some coaching. It's not used 100% because kids are invited to do that, and there's time set aside in advisory for them to do that, but it's been with mixed feedback. And so this is something that's more aligned and that expands beyond just the classroom teachers and the counselors, that we can all start speaking that same language about the habits that make kids effective. Because as we look at scores and as we look at high school scores, you're going to hear teacher frustration about if they would just be here every day, I could teach them. If they would do the things that we're asking them to do, this is about helping them have those character traits that will lead towards that academic and personal success. And we see it more aligned for sure. So it's an opportunity with the matching funding for sure.
Something like SEL?
Yes, sir. SEL for staff and for students.
So, I guess at this point, you can go ahead, Ms. Gonzalez, to do the administration recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. The administration recommends approval of the Leader in Me agreement and purchase as presented.
Mr. Hernandez?
No.
Oh, no, we have a motion.
I move for the approval of Leader in Me. To accept the approval.
I second the motion.
Okay. I have a first
Motion
and a second.
second.
Okay. Mr. Estrada?
Aye.
Mrs. Sepulveda Ramirez? Aye. Mr. Hernandez?
Aye.
Okay, aye.
Thank you very
Motion?
much.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
May I approach with your invitations?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, Fabens Middle School, HVAC update. Board members request, Mr. Luis Charlie Estrada. So we're also gonna have Mr. Martin Torres and Mr. Raúl Ugarte.
Good evening, President Gonzalez, members of the board, Dr. Vigil. My name is Raúl Ugarte. I'm the Transportation and Operations Supervisor for Fabens ISD.
Right now, I will be giving you an updated information on the HVAC project at the middle school. So, here we go. So the first phase of this project was to replace 10 units. We have a map there to kind of guide you. So the first phase was to replace 10 units that were units due to them not operating in critical zones. So units 5, 6, 9, 19, and 50 were the first 5 units were determined to be the highest priority as the units were no longer working and were servicing student classrooms. So those 5 have already been installed. Those are already, they're already been installed and they're working. Units 11 and 24 have arrived to the Ben Madrid facility. We have them there. And units 60, 61, and 62, which are the 20-ton units for the gym, are expected to arrive by June 30th. And installation is expected on the first week of July. So those 5, the 20 tons and the 2 that we have at the Ben Madrid, should be getting installed the first week of July. So that's phase 1. Phase 2 of this project that the board approved in early May is a replacement of the remaining 52 units. The PO has been issued to the vendor. The timeline is 10 to 14 weeks for delivery from the time that the PO was issued to the vendor, which would put us at a delivery date of early to mid-August for the first 37 units. The remainder 15 units are expected to arrive around late August. Installation will follow immediately after delivery. And one thing we have been talking with the vendor, they have been assuring us that they're working with their supplier, which is Daikin, to reduce the lead time on these units. At this time, are there any questions?
Will you be installing them as they come in, or you're gonna wait, like, some are gonna come in August, late August? Are you gonna install them as they come in, or you're gonna wait until you have all of them?
I don't think it's gonna be till all of them, but they do have to plan to have the crane and everything. So in order for them to not be like every other week, taking the crane, coming back and all of that, they had told us that the first 37 should arrive more or less at that time, and at that time is when they start installing all.
Can I jump in pretty quick? I said to make a correction of the second phase of the PO was approved on May 22nd, the board approval. That was part of the ESER presentation we did. So the second phase of those PO was approved on May 22nd. We did right away the PO, and we're working with a supplier to hopefully get those on time so we can do the installation. I just want to make that clear from the second phase.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Estrada, is this the update you were looking for?
Yes. Okay. I just want to make sure that these units will be ready before school starts, and I know there is a delay on the second phase, but the first phase is very important for our new
Yes, sir.
But at this point, children will not be in the heat, right?
Yes,
Affected.
So that's the
Because
first
the fire-
phase is the ones that were not working, so they should be good on.
Sure, thank you.
Mr. Duarte, I have a question. So the units that we have now that are going to be replaced, are they still working?
So yes, they're still working. Well, so there's some that aren't, like especially at the gym. At the gym, there's one that doesn't work, and the other 2, they're like, there's one that they have 2 compressors, 2 motors. One of them isn't working, so they're like at their last leg. They're working, but not at 100%. At the gym,
Which gyms?
the middle school.
The other question I have for you, so how much does it cost to bring the crane? If they were to, if the company decides to start installing them, according when they're arriving, I mean, are they gonna be waiting for I guess, 10 units or whatever units, and they can be a crane, or is it cost effective?
I don't think it has to do with the money. It's more of the planning and all of that to be able to do all of that, to bring all the people that needs to get done is what Mr. Felix was doing. So it's more of the planning to be more efficient on not having to get people out, all of that.
It's more on that, but I don't think they're gonna wait till everything is done. That is one thing he did tell us.
You mean that not all of them arrive at different
So
times?
no, not all of them arrive at the same time.
Okay.
The communication is open with the vendor, and they keep updating us every 2 or 3 days as far as those units get arriving. It's not so much about the price of the crane, but it's about the planning and getting the people together. So they decide to do, maybe 4 at a time or 5 at a time, so they can bring one crane and we'll have to do modifications to the PO. And remember, we're using this for funding, so in order for us to do that, we probably have to go back and do an amendment to the grant, and it would delay for us to get an extra crane. So we don't want to do that. We want to make sure everything gets done. But the vendor is open communication. They're working with us to get it, expedite the process. As soon as they get in here, they're going to work to get it done.
Yeah, and that's one of the questions that I asked from Vertec, because on the quote, they did not put a price on the crane.
Yes.
So it depends when they're gonna be using it, so I totally agree with you. Thank you for the update.
Sure. Any more questions?
Information, I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, elementary and secondary school emergency relief, ESSER 3 presentation. Ms. Dr. Galaviz and Mr. Torres.
Yes.
I know, so I'm reading what it says.
Yes, ma'am.
I got it. Okay. Good evening, Board President Gonzalez, Dr. Vigil, and members of the board. My name is April Galaviz, and I'm here to provide an update on our ESSER 3 use of funds plan. As you recall, I've reviewed recently the ESSER 2 plan, but now I'm bringing you forth ESSER 3 because it's a requirement and because we're getting ready for the next school year. So just an overview of ESSER 3. So we have 3 different criteria or intents of the grant. The first intent was the safe reopening of schools post-COVID. And then we had the learning acceleration based on the learning loss post-COVID. And then the social and emotional learning support for our students post-COVID. The total grant amount at the beginning of this ESSER 3 grant was 12 million, a little over 12 million. Based on our indirect costs that we have a percentage of about 11.6. We set aside the 1.5 million that go back into our general fund. They use it for administrative costs. This specific grant did require a minimum set aside of 20%. The calculation of 20% from these 12 million is a little over 2 million. So you see that highlighted in yellow. So that we would be in compliance and hit that 20%. On ESSER 3, based on our needs assessment, we focused all our dollars to address more of the learning acceleration. The program end date for ESSER 3 is not until next school year, so you'll see that it says September 30th, 2024. So next you'll see, and it's really small, but I know you have there your tables. I have here a brief overview of the ESSER 3 use of funds plan, and I separated it by fiscal year. What you have in yellow is the original allocation to the grant. That is what is actually in each class object, meaning class object, your salaries, your professional contracted services, general supplies, your miscellaneous and capital purchases. On another column, all the way to your right, you see the original grant intent. And if you notice, all of them actually focus on meeting that minimum 20% set aside for learning loss, a safe reopening of schools, and then in the areas of technology, ensuring that we are ready for long-term closures related to any future pandemics that may arise. You'll notice that each year we have a budget that's similar in terms of numbers. The available budget that we have right now is around 6 million, but those dollars have already been kind of encumbered, set aside, because we are still waiting for billing on contracts, for example, for communities and schools, our CIS workers, and then our school resource officers. Okay, so next I have the actual proposals for ESER 3. Thank you. So I have the ESER proposal and the proposals for ESER 3 for the 23-24 school year. So if you notice on the previous slide, there are some class objects that not all the money was utilized based on the original grant intent. So as we begin to review ESER 3, right after ESER 2 finishes, because we want to use those funds up first, these are some of the things that we will be suggesting as part of our needs assessment, and that would be to utilize some of these ESER 3 dollars for retention stipends for the next school year. The addition of a school resource officer so that we can have one at each campus. The addition of English language arts tutors and after-school tutors. And these necessarily would not be additional positions. We can look at the individuals that we already have in place and offer that extra duty pay. So for example, our teacher residents, they can assist us with tutoring, and it could be extra duty pay for them as well. One of the things that we did not purchase this year was a high school video wall, just because under capital purchases, we wanted to make sure that we covered all our front row systems, all the Prometheum boards, and that we did have the interactive video walls at the elementary and O'Donnell. This video wall is a little bit different, and if you have any questions on that, we can have Mr. Bettis explain that. And then the addition of teachers as needed. So as we're reducing class size, or we're looking at areas where we need additional teachers, we can dip into these ESER dollars as well. So we will revisit the grant items in December or earlier if requested. And I have a picture there of the Return to Learn manual. There wasn't any updates based on CDC guidelines, so really what we'll do is we'll just duplicate this manual and post it on our webpage. So one of the requirements for ESER 3 is for us to have a specific webpage that highlights the use of fund plans, but then the safe return to school plan that is aligned with the CDC guidelines. And that's it. This is an information item only, but do you have any questions?
It's for Mr. Bettis on the video wall.
Sure.
Before you leave, Dr. Luis, I just want to say thank you for your hard work in getting these grants used to the best of your knowledge with the cooperation of all of your staff. One of the things is that I encourage you to use the money wisely and in a timely manner. That way we don't get to places that we have just a short amount of time to make decisions on that. So that's all I ask. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you for your feedback.
Good evening, Board President, Board members, Dr. Vigil, and the rest of the people that are here. My name is Michael Perez. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have in regards to technology.
I have no idea what a video wall is.
So a video wall is, imagine the video walls that were used at the graduation. So one of those video walls is going to be installed at the high school so that we can use it for any type of event, PE interaction, teacher in service. So right now we're having to haul in a inflatable projection system, and this video wall is just going to be something that high school really needs for all the doings that they do on an everyday basis.
Mr. Bennett, is that a portable video wall or is
No,
it stationary?
it's fixed on the wall. It's a 16 by 10, I believe.
Is there any way that you could look for something that could be used at other facilities in case it's needed instead of just having it?
So we did install video walls at every other campus, Lua interactive video walls that can be used for the same purpose. This wall is extremely heavy and it's going to be a huge wall that's going to be fixed to the wall that already has the pre-wiring and electrical built into the wall.
Oh, I thought it was something that you could project something.
No, it's a huge video wall that needs to get put together. So it would take a lot of manpower to disassemble and move it to another place.
And in the future, will we be getting some for the other campuses or just?
The other campuses, they receive the.
Oh, they already have them.
The Lou interactive video wall in their gymnasiums that are targeted more for lower level grades that are interactive for smaller students. This is just a digital video wall that they can use for any other events.
And the projection, Mr. Velez, is that a 1080, 4K, or what?
It is up to 4K, and it's actually a video wall that you can plug in any other device to it, like a laptop or
to project.
It's not a projection; it's input, like a TV,
like a monitor,
huge monitor.
Mr. Pettis, I want to ask if there's a link or some pictures that you could send to me, and then I can provide them to the board.
Perfect, I will do.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
You're welcome.
Dr. Melanie, I had a question.
Sure.
For additional school resource officers, how many do we have right now?
So we have 3.
So we
We
never
have-
replaced some, or we always had only 3?
No, I think we've only had 3.
We only have
So-
3.
So we would add one more so that that specific third officer wouldn't be floating between.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So who doesn't have one or didn't have one this past school year?
I believe we're
The
sharing-
elementary, yes, it's the elementary and O'Donnell, and so
They share.
they would
They would
share.
share.
The security officer or an SRO was there at all times. It is a law now.
Thank you so much for your questions.
Thank you. And I also want to say, Dr. Lee, thank you for all your hard work, I know you try to do the best you can with all the meetings that you have. It's a lot of work. But I would like for, and on the updates that you give us every month, bring us information, which grants we're writing, so we're familiar and we're with you at the same time, if it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Next item on the agenda, discussion and possible reclassification of human resource director pay grade, administration, support decision, and we're gonna go ahead, Mr. Torres and Ms. Gonzalez.
Good evening, President Gonzalez, members of the board, everybody who's left. Mr. Torres and I were tasked with the process of finding a replacement for our HR director. And we are tonight respectfully requesting a change in the pay grade for the Director of Human Resources position from a level 4 to a level 5. The level of responsibility and experience needed to serve the needs of our districts aligns with level 5. Comparison with districts in the area also shows that this position is typically placed higher in the pay scale than we currently have it. And so upon your approval of this change, we'll repost the position reflecting the amended pay grade. And we did include the pay grade so you can compare the difference of 4 and 5, which is approximately, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Torres, 4,000 to 6,000, depending on years of experience.
Yes.
And so this is a board decision.
Do you have any questions from the board at this time?
It is a board decision, but the recommendation is to. Yes, so administration recommends moving the pay grade level for the Director of Human Resources position from a level 4 to a level 5 on the professional administration pay plan.
I have a question, Ms. Gonzalez. If now currently at a pay level grade 4, on the years of experience, say you get an experienced HR director, where would they be at midpoint? How many years would you consider midpoint for on experience?
It's about 15.
15 years?
Yes. And so if you, typically what we found, if you have somebody with that level of experience that is right under, for example, an HR director maybe moving up, that this would actually be a move down for them, not up, which is what we're concerned about.
So this would be at, men would be at 0 years of experience? Out of 226?
Zero admin, yes.
I mean,
Right.
years of experience.
Years of
That's
experience
a starting
overall.
point.
Mhm. And so as a comparison, we surveyed some other districts. So Clint, the HR director, is at the same level as principal high school, with the chief HR at the same level as assistant superintendent, for example. So we're not going as high as other districts, but we're trying to meet in the middle.
Considering that Clinton has 14 schools, we only
Right.
have 4.
Right,
We
right.
really can't compare. We only
That's true.
compare to
That's
Tornillo,
true.
not Clinton.
Right. We have Tornillo also. They have it at the highest level. They have it at the top. And Canutillo has it at the top. But again, they're different sizes. You're absolutely right.
I have a question.
Anybody else? Any questions?
No.
So basically, if nobody has any questions, they will go ahead and do a recommendation for administration.
So administration recommends moving this position from a pay grade level 4 to pay grade level 5 on the professional administration pay plan.
Is there any motion at this time? No motion? Is there a second?
Could I do a motion to postpone? Just get me.
No motion to die.
So there's no motion, it dies.
Oh,
Okay, so.
I was trying something new.
So there is, well, we're learning, we're still learning, so there is no motion. Any of the board members, so motion dies.
Thank you.
Yes, we can bring it.
Thank you.
The next item in the agenda is the first reading of Texas Association of School Boards, TASB update 121. This is Debbie Bencourt.
We missed 7H.
Oh, sorry. Stuck together with the page. Discussion and selection of board workshop dates and time on goal setting, the board operating procedures. That's two. And then 2.1 is discussion of creation of district committees and composing of members. This is a board decision. So at this time, I would like to ask the board, for us to have dates so we can set good goals for the superintendent's setting of the goals, which we must do in June. Okay, and this in June is when we do it's stated in our policy that we meet on June to update any board updates. Like it says, any board updates, operating procedures, that we can also review local policies or things that we need to review. And several of the trainings that we've been attending, especially the ones that we went out of town and also the ones we just had at Region 19, they recommend, that TASB recommends that we have committees So to help, address concerns, concerns or any updates or any process that we have with the agenda, so we can be prepared, so before a board meeting. And they recommend that we have committees. So do you have any dates? I know that, we're gonna try to do it if it's possible in June, but it doesn't mean that it has to be in June. But we can start setting, dates for us to meet for workshops.
Through the chair, would it be possible to postpone this item to where all the other board members are present, so we could also get their
Yes.
input? Being that this is going to be all of us and it's gonna involve all of us as a committee?
Yes.
And I would like to move the motion to postpone till all the other members are present.
I second the motion.
Okay, so at this time, we're gonna go ahead and postpone. From all, okay, yes. So we're gonna go ahead and, on all the items that we're setting, also like the goal settings
Yes,
and
ma'am.
everything. Okay, so, yes, we're gonna go ahead, there's a motion. And the motion is made by Mr. Estrada and second by, Mr. Ornelas, okay. So, Mr. Estrada, this.
Aye.
Mrs. Sepulveda Ramirez.
Aye.
Mr. Angel Ornelas.
Aye.
Aye, Madam Chair. Aye. Motion's carried.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Now we have Ms. Debbie. First reading on Texas Association of School Boards, TASB Update 121. This is Debbie Betancourt.
Good night, so I'm the last one.
I know, it's kind of late, we didn't think it's gonna take this long. Sorry.
No, it's okay, we're all here. As Board President Gonzalez just mentioned, this will be the first reading of the Texas Association of School Boards, of course, also known as TASB Update 121. So part of your board packet, you did go ahead and receive some information as regards to the local policy comparisons that are going to be affected by the Update 121. This is the first reading, so just like we did the last time, we'll go ahead and read it, and in a future board meeting, an action will be taken. So if you all have any questions, as you can see, again, in part of your board packet, the blue will go ahead and signify new text that was added on to the board, to the local policies. The red would be a deletion, and then of course, the green is just a move in the text. Some of them that were affected were as recent as 2023, like our county inventories, our security personnel, school resource officers. And then we have, which would be the SROs. And then there's another one that dates back to 1997.
CBA.
Thank you, Ms. Terry, CBA. And in some, it's also the verbiage, the wording that's being used. If we look at one example, for instance, our DA local, it indicates bi-monthly, and if the verbiage is being changed to semi-monthly. So some of the verbiage is just a matter of changing the wording. In this one, we also have a whole, the superintendent designee shall classify. It was just moved to the classification. So there's not much, but did you have any questions about the information that was part of your board packet?
Mrs. Betancourt, this will be, this is just a review, right? So we do the actual,
Yes, this is just the first reading, more will
second
come,
reading?
yes.
What will be the second reading?
It'll be at a future board meeting.
In the future board meeting?
Yes, ma'am. So no action will be taken.
So if we have any questions, of course, I know we're not gonna be able to see you, but, but I guess, we would, the board would have, contact with the HR.
Yes, if for whatever reason, Ms. Terry's also a great contact for tax fee policy.
Yes.
So she's definitely here to help us well. Sorry to give you more work, Ms. Terry. Thank you.
So, did we cover all of them, Ms. Rodriguez? Was that the last one? Or we still have one more?
That's it.
That's it, right?
Number 8.
I'm sorry?
Number 8, adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Okay, well, let me just read it.
Oh my
You read it.
goodness.
If there is no further business and this meeting is adjourned, and time period? Ms. Rodriguez?
10:59 p.m.
Okay, the motion was made by Mr. Ornelas and second by Mr. Estrada. So it is adjourned. Okay.